here we go. Plainly, should the worst come to pass, and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experience, you may very well think that eventuality inevitable. Yet, so long as there is even a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts toward achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. You are expected! Pray take this lift to the command room. Welcome, friends! I take it Ishtola has apprised you of the situation? Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I am not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the science support in this endeavor. But if, God forbid, our efforts should come to naught, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with my own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require. But precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements within the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operation staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falkbrida has charge of the garrison. I've been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory. However, we can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Help! Somebody! Of all the times... Forget the restorative. Thank you. I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers. Lightly armed as we are, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's tongue. I'm certain of it. I can make my own way, but I can make my own way back to the camp. But if you're the worst for my comrades, save them! I beg you! Oh. Oh yeah. They got this deep into this enemy territory, so they didn't stand a chance, unfortunately. You returned! Thank the Navigator! When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. But tell me, what became of the others? Dear gods! These wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far! I dread to think what may have become of the two who remain accounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that, I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment, and now, be ready to sally forth when they do. Thrice damn fish-spick bastards! I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells. Peace, Commander. We are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand. Savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their trolls have already begun to amass at the Aetheryte in the depths of Sapsa. If you are to act, it must be now. The men are ready. We about await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. But we are not so heartless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetheryte and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Being mindful that the lay of the hand there is a devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the self-same moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. In likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive effort. Enio and Istola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Thancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take to your heels and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Istola and Enio. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle! When last did we fight side by side, Enio? Too long ago, I warrant. But come, let us away. But got some trouble. Pray do not concern yourself. That's what but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us press on. Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both. Did I miss much? Impressive. So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with domans. But seriously, if I'm to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency. To the Aetheryte! Nice. You'll forgive me my lateness. I've been something of a liability of late, I know. It's high time I set about making amends. Long have you shriveled Sharwalkers tormented our kind. But no more, your time is at an end. You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the Horror, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Horror, deliver us from our misery. Do you feel that? I know this sensation. It's the echo! What? Such power! It is transcendent! Seven hells. Strike me down, if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. Oh, mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth. Die, damn you! Foolish shorewalker, you cannot kill that which is eternal. Heavens forfend. Damn it all! My being ebbs away, but I should by rights be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse your misery! You promised me everlasting. Where did he go? What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells, take that sea demon! Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The Diversionary Squadron is lost. For a mercy. Would seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave. The gods of this realm are vengeful beings. It's of little wonder the Garleans fear their kind so. If we meet the Leviathan on the open sea, we put ourselves at the Primal's mercy. We must think of a way to face him on equal terms. Though the mission ended in failure, I take solace in the knowledge that Minfilia is unharmed. Had only we arrived about a moment earlier, but there's no time to brood over what it might have been. Leviathan is returned, and we must needs find a way to deal with him. A demon brick is here. Oh, there is a different player here. Nice. Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements, if his last attempt is any guide. We cannot suffer history to be repeated, yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, of that you may be sure. But Limelion herself would struggle to best the Lord of the World in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and matchwood of us. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. If Leviathan is allowed to unleash a tidal wave, nothing within 10 miles of the coast will be safe. Let alone Limsa. I trust you see what's at stake here. There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosia. Halfstone, 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the company of heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Halfstone and washed the soil away for good measure. The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin. The thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Halfstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped. That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the Third Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses. I have read the reports, Master Tancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. Seven hells. Is there no way that we might strike back? The company of heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him to an inlet. But we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail as little to console past experience. Admiral, if I may. Speak freely, Marshal. By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent. Of course. Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not? Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old anarchist friend of mine, arcanist friend of mine. It makes a little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specification of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vimilis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing, suppressing Leviathan's attacks quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship enough to bear such a burden? We have not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel. Mistbeard did this? Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar. Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask of it even of another. I volunteer myself. It will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Hoary Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafrin, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post haste. At once, Admiral. And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Lim's elements rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light. Be the observant adventurer that you are. You will doubtless have noticed my dagger work back at Sapsa. You know me, Enio. I will like to dabble in a bit of this and bit of that. The Sahagin elder claimed to have become eternal, yet he was summarily consumed by Leviathan. What might this imply? To confront the Lord of the Whirl in his watery domain is far from ideal. Yet he is not like to come to us. Would that he lacked the means to strike us from afar? I have my people working triple shifts on the twin vessel, but it will take some time yet. Time we may not have. Seven hells. This waiting is liable to drive a lot of us mad. Being held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore. But I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I've come face to face with a primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans feared them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judge it best that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes? Details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I am disinclined to put any story by this claim. And even should it be true, it is as Ishtola said, none save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any matter of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on this supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Enio, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. The man you are looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lanosia. The Storm Private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. Oh, I think we were here before. Where is... There's the Storm Private. Oh, we meet again, Trachtoum. We meet again. We meet again. Now look here, you. You'll have your bloody story right after you carry those sacks of grain over to the mill. But, sir, that's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you. And before I mucked out the Chocobo stables, and before I rolled that millstone over to the mill, and also before... Gods, man! I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days! And do you hear me complaining? Bah, suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give ye what you want. Never let it be said that old Trachtoum ain't a generous soul. Now, prick up your ears, cause I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, say? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting. You can? Ahem. The tale of Trachtoum's epic victory over the dead primal Leviathan. Now, Leviathan's huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea of how big, each of his scale is about as wide across as me members long. And that's no means feat, let me tell ye. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let me mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I am modest as well as heroic, mayhap too modest. Now there's some say you can never truly be Leviathan. That you've got to learn to live with him and make the best of bad situation. Not the company though. It's you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention, is all. I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I am a marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm a chocobo dung. No, I'm the maggots you find wrangling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to topple them. That don't happen much. Members tiny. It's pathetic. I sure as hell didn't fight Leviathan, but I have seen him with my own eyes. It was a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking me duties one day, loitering about the harbor, when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent some miles off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it. Cannons firing. I was so bloody scared, I sold myself right there and then. What? Oh God. Just remembering that day made me saw myself all over again. Hey, wait! If you're asking for after Leviathan, it means you're planning to fight him, ain't ye? Well, take care! He really is terrible. Dreadful, I tell ye. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. Why, you worthless lying whoreson! I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung. Enio, this is Minfilia. We're able to learn all of these out of use against Leviathan. I beg your pardon, Leviathan. I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Murby Dry Docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. They call me a working man. I reckon that's why I'm drinking under the chief's nose, sneaking out the back door, and nobody'll ever know. I'm told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lad. I'll wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the Horliter, I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I am not one to tempt fate. The Horliter and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word, and we shall bear you to Leviathan. In order to build the Horliter, we had to decommission 2 perfectly serviceable galleons. Suffice it to say, their captains weren't best pleased with the notion. But when I offered them the chance to keep their ships and face Leviathan in our stead, they magnanimously withdrew their complaints. We must all make sacrifices for the greater good, they said. It will require no small amount of helmsmanship to tow the Horliter. I dare say delivering you safely to Leviathan will be a battle in itself. Would that we had armed ourselves with more knowledge beforehand. Well, it cannot now be helped. I take comfort in the fact that you have faced worse odds in the past, and have ever prevailed. You will do so again, of that I have no doubt. When First Master Inzar proposed a twin vessel, I must confess that I had my doubts. Only now that the Horliter is complete, do I see the elegance of this solution. To complete the twin vessel in so short a time, and with limited materials, the people of Naldic and Vimilis have won an admirer in me. Though it cannot command the sea itself, it is the Maelstrom's charge to ensure safe passage for all who sail upon it. Come hails and high water, we will perform our duty. Ah, I know that look. You are ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Horliter may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She has been fitted with what our friends at Naldic and Vimilis are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob the Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. It is expected that the Sahagin and their trolls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Tancred and Ishtola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Tancred and Ishtola, if you would join the 3rd Levy, and Lady Ugiri, the 5th. But what words have I for the man who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go wearily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments, and add a few words of mine own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Enio. May the crystal bless and keep you. We got a light party or a full party? Full party. Too close. This will be interesting. This will be very interesting to know how this is going to go down. Here we go. The middle we have to kill. I think we'll take care of that after this. Wait, is there more? Is there more? Or is that it? That was quick. Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversation during your past few visits. But today, I will permit myself a few words. I truly feel privileged to have had the honor of admitting a hero such as you. You are an inspiration to us all, sir. And on that note, the Admiral awaits you in the command room. Another notch on the old belt, is it? Well done, my friend. Were I a god, I dare say I would tremble at your summoning. So often do you achieve the impossible that I fear my words of congratulations will begin to sound repetitive. If indeed they have not already. With this in mind, I shall say only that I am glad of your safe return. That such beings can be defeated runs contrary to all I know. Whence comes your strength and sense of purpose? And congratulations, Enio. This victory will serve to quiet the Sahagin, for a time at least. A number of things did not go exactly to plan, I will admit. Leviathan denied us the luxury of ramming him, for one. But let's not quibble over the manner of the victory, eh? If Limsa is safe, and we're yet undrowned, I conclude that it has been a good day. Now, go and bask in the Admiral's gratitude, will you? You have certainly earned the right. We Leminsons are sworn to strive till sea swallows all, and swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we will strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, You have delivered Limsa Lamenza from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I will give you my humblest thanks. Tis meet that I give thanks to old Miss Beard too for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, it's clear he was a resourceful soul. Well, that I had a man like him in my service. Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contented with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, and as did the idea that they could be defeated. These experiences served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the most foremost combat arts in the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean, but should any of your people care to learn, I will be pleased to initiate them. And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve as well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred? Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lamenza is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness. I am heartened to hear this. I, too, noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning. I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents. Ha ha ha. Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts. Stola, you jest, of course. But for a chance encounter with Alfinaud's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lamenza, or received an education in Charlayan, or taken up his post in Ul'dah, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder. Infilia, please. It would seem there's more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred. Lady Ugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domens have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Morthona is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lamentan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is no fit stake to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turn a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions. We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once. You wish the word in private? The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me as how it ends. I have not forgotten our conversation, Istola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply, that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay. And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen. I'll not deny your reasoning, but when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it. As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then, but know that it will lead to no good end. Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different. Erzia has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live. The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. To the south stands a gate leading to a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there, and present a letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I am obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you be introduced abide in the shadows of Leminson society. They value their independence more highly than pirates, and are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust to place in you. But here's the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. So, you're the man the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Tancred, too. Been a while since I saw his shite-eating grin. But with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. Ah, and you must be the Far Easterner what Umerlib says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limza, my lady. I'm Yugiri of Doma. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Limza's a city of pirates, to be sure. And pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose. I see. Know that the practitioners of my art too are denizens of shadow. This in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. Then in seven hells are we waiting for? If you come with us, Ugiri of Do What's Wit, we can be acquainted with more private surrounds. Ha! That didn't come out right, did it? Master Enio, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Core, it's been ages since Thancred up and left the sisters. What I wouldn't give to run with the old scoundrel again. Just like back in the old days. Far Eastern combat, are they? I must say, my curiosity is fairly piqued. Much and more has occurred since first I beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you for overlong. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, warrior of light. In my native land, there exist individuals not unlike these adventurers. Yet without a master to serve, how does one know the path that one must walk? An adventurer bends not through authority, but lives and acts according to his own beliefs. He is the master of his own destiny. I have been tasked with helping on the kitchen. Once I have grown accustomed to my duties, I hope to treat our host to traditional Doman cuisine. Some 15 years ago, a mission took me to Olda. 'Twas then that I first chanced to gaze upon your beauty. I was utterly transfixed. I dare not to blink, lest I deprive myself of even a split second of your radiance. You do flatter me, dear, and I do believe you had a bit too much to drink. What in the seven hells are you doing up there? Get down there before you fall and break your neck. You think this is impressive? In Doma, we trained to run in the treetops. God, my Papa Limo. He's making a fuss over nothing as usual. Yozen's sense of balance is amazing for a boy of his age. I wonder how he got so good. Some of the Domans wanted to learn how to fight, and it's fallen to me to oversee their training. First, I need to find suitable equipment for everyone. The Rising Stones. What a peculiar name for a sanctuary. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Rising Stones. With your cooperation, we hope to grow rich and transform this place into the piling gold. Tee-hee. Oh, Enio, forgive me, but I must see to the Doman's needs. What if you wanted to solve a problem that's already happened? Like the Garlands destroying Doma. History is our friend, young one. The answers to the problems of the present are oft to be found within the past. We need but seek them out. I've been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please bear with me. When the Sahagin elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Ilberd spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though, the Sahagin had mastered his gift, and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each Umbra calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder, could the legend in fact refer to the echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I'm confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Orianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is aught amiss? Grave tidings from the Charlian motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldizion. What of them? My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years had been the Order's home, is no more. No more? Whatever do you mean? I relate only that which had been conveyed upon to me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. This postulated that a magic was evoked, likening power to Ultima. 'Twill preserve. If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned. It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve. Evolution. Our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Orianger will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations which we had previously attributed to King Mogul Mog the 12th. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the Twelveswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Acelia? I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Olda. This time, our come to Revenant's toll is seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in 7th heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Acelia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread, and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Enio, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Emiphilia, and I lead the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. 'Twill be praised, it is you! We are ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Be calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know naught of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Olda for years now, trying to piece together our life to replace the one we got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as would sully his soul sooner than his palms, any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where. And then it came to me, Revenant's toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we have nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us. If I might have a word. Ataru? Is that amiss? Ill tidings from Olda, my lady. Alphinaud has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells. Now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please! If you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady, we are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can he be so blind? Fine, Alphinaud, and quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. But do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papaluma will see to it. Alphinaud is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Enio! Don't believe what they say. I know these people. They would only take up arms to defend themselves. There was a riot. I swear to you they didn't start it. You must have gathered by now that the Taro is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ulda, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ulda is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Uldan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit in this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the olden way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Raubahn and the Sultana understands this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Oldens to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry, the matter of Lord Lorito's refusal to grant the Doman's asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flame should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this would eventually occur, given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Raubahn has to say upon the matter. Now is not a good time, Private Habev. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alfinaud, back on your feet already? You may credit my swift recovery to your surgeons. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanaland. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. I can well imagine, given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls. It stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between Olden citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single skill to spend? Who could not survive without the aid provided by the Immortal Flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion and now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning at none. The general is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monitors would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Enio. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swit will know which they are. He may balk at the request for such information, but I have no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? You look as though I have something to say, Private Habib. Do you? What you ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual, even one with ties to the flames, may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well. The Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. I didn't expect them to send you, Enio. I think this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. He will explain everything. And what brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees? Well, then you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation, and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like the merchant who passed through recently, gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Ah, don't hurt me! I'm not one of them. I beg your pardon? You're of the Flames, but you're not with the Flames. I see. If Leofric bid you speak with me, then I take it you agreed to help. 'Twill be praised that. Because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the Flames are on the march. The elders have fallen under that fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists have returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent, and you will understand why. Even now, he babbles incoherently. So traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I have no doubt that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find him before he does. What are you doing? Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw. Don't draw. Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me. Be here to soothe me. What? Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? Who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true. I follow the merchant, and may the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought, and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but when they started arguing, and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... oh gods, the other group, they're still out there. If you don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. The other refugees are hiding in the cave south of Lost Hope. But to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. A pox on all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight. But the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though, if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat, and show my brethren that their strongest warriors were no match for one man. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. 7 hells! They found us! Everyone, grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint ye, lad, but we're more than willing to kill yourselves. Well, there's more. You beat him like it was nothing. Oh, almighty. What are we gonna do now? You returned. Did you find my brethren? What are the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that than a handful of them take a beating from you than a lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when he was over? Huh? Well, where else could he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there is nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him. Convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with a man from Ulda. The man they said they were gonna change everything, make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry, and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for someone steering out trouble. You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait, look, over there. I think that's him. Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You! He's getting away! Go get him, mister! You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition, treason, revolution! That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Ulda? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None! No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of argument, let us say I did do the things you claim. Surely you didn't think I gave a kicker's ass about politics. It was business. Only business. We both know I am not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. We have assassins to deal with. What's all this commotion? 7 hells. Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Hold, adventurer. I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots? Mayhap we owe his murder a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. What news, Private Habib? Where is the merchant? Murdered? Damn it all to 7th hell. He was not simply murdered, Private. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries, as well as the results of our own investigation. Master Alphinat has already been informed, and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Excellent work, Enio. The information you brought us helped me persuade General Raubahn to call this meeting. Yep, now we can discuss matters openly and honestly. We've been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside. Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You made great strides towards quelling the violence. Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery? This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Domain's refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamigan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms. A unit of brass blades sent to supervise the demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugee to take up arms. I did not tell you what followed. We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order, a merchant in the employ of Tiligi Adiligi. Tiligi Adiligi? But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing? Know you of the Cartino Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartino Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements. When last I looked, that was disputed territory. Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartino Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Allagan ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teligeligili proposed the Cartino Reclamation Bill, a shameless body ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Allagan ruin. The man who would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain. He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction, and beholden to none of his fellows on the syndicate. By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartino Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not, but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt. Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teligeligili to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position in the Syndicate, and most likely charged of treason against the Sultanate? Omega. Pardon? An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Yep, larger. We know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut itself. If accurate, it might explain why Nile Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartino Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense. When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon? One which could contend with Bahamut? Bahamut! Aye, we were spectacle ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima's weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated. At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power. Power enough to subjugate Ulda, like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides. Which is doubtless why Teligeligili yearns to have it. That he should aspire to world domination, he who has ever walked 2 places behind Lodorito in matters of commerce. This in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it. Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Ulda. It would seem the implications of the Sultan's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. You are, of course, the scion best suited to this task, Private Habev. Do we take a moment to visit the Hall of Flames and make inquiries at the earliest available opportunity? Begone, whelp! This is no place for children. Wait. I'm sorry. I was looking for you, mister. You sure you were looking for the man who left with my parents? You know this girl? So he visited Stone's Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I am afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You help me look, mister? Of course. But first, I must needs finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Maybe you could wait for me by that pillar over there? We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans. An Aether-Star Primal. Even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. They rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources, and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Enio, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in the 12s has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. The 12s would? Then the primal threat you spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of exiled activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Go, Enio. You know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she didn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Enio. The latest news from Ulta was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alpha now suffered was the loss to his ego. Doubtless he will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you if it were not urgent. To business, then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Ramuh. I'm sorry. May have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramuh is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs of their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it surely would not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. It was pretty sure it was gonna happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it? I told Papa Lamo I was supposed I could have prevented things to be failure earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around their territory. They already summoned Ramuh once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garlands came tramping into the forest. And so long as Castor Morian stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. This, like that the Sylphs perceived as panic migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorza would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Enio, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Grenadia. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramuh can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramuh's presence. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement, Enio. Pray report to Commander Helios at Idar's Nest as soon as you're able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Enio of the Scions, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you to do so without delay. The Elder Seedseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial, skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nofika's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the Lotus Sand. I see the Sylphs have sent their own representative. There can be no doubt, then. I am most curious to hear how the Elder Seedseer means to treat with Lord Ramuh. It is said that once Ramuh passes judgment, his wrath is implacable. It would be best to conclude the discussion ere Grenadia and its people are placed upon his scales. Whatever the Elder Seedseer is planning, I want you to know that it'll be right there by your side. And I'm sure Estola won't be far behind, even if she does think everything's mankind's fault. Oh, hello, Walking One. It is good to see a friend of Elder One. Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Grenadia, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words cease to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the sylphs, too, have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He's revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with the primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care. Any of the Scions, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the primal Ramuh himself. An enviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the Touched One summoned Lord Ramuh. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please come with this one. Wise ones would have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for Touched Ones. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramuh, and then this one may turn mean and nasty like Touched Ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. So, Thancred is Thancred. Papaloma is Papalomo. Istola is Istola. And you are you, right? Well, that's easy enough to remember. This one's name is Ida, in case Walking One was wondering. Joke, I'm joking. Ah, there you are. It is you, isn't it? Don't ask. Suffice it to say that we had something of a situation here. So it's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph-tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Istola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papalemo. Ahem. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble, so... At any rate, as I was saying, I finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I've reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramuh was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come, Enio, the Lord of Living awaits. Dinora betrays thee, servant of Hydaelyn. Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramuh, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Grenadians proffer peace. Their words are born of delusion. Thine offer, an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude, yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus they did turn me to me for a succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Grenadian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. When sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning, no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portend tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye, but there is something more in thee. Very well. I consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst amid champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Whether mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threatened to consume thee. Yet if thou should be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle. Orianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tomb. The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage save in painted renderings, made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Ahem, beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event. Oh boy, the healer's almost dead. Oops. We almost got it. That's it. I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest, and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost. Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin, a regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon. Enio, you have returned. Dare I ask how Ramuh received your visit? He challenged you to a test of arms? It is well, then, that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of both Grenadia and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest champion of peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day, Enio. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Grenadia and make directly for the Lotus Sand. The conjurer at Nofika's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well, Enio. Welcome back, honored Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see you return. The Elder Seedseer waits you within. I fancy my presence was more help than the hindrance during our troubles with Leviathan. But this time around, well, even I have my off days. Ah, the hero of the hour. Let us not keep the Elder Seedseer waiting. Would seem that Ida's appraisal of the situation had held some merit after all. Mayhap I should not be so swift to discount her intuition. You should have seen Maxio when we got back to Little Solace. Grateful is an understatement. I thought he was gonna shake Papalimo's hand off. You return to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me what befell. Ramuh made trial of you. I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Carino, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new sprung realm is to beyond survive its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one, yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Grenadia, and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow Scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to for your aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart? Thus ends another daunting mission, Enio. You can say that again. I'd hope Lord Ramuh could be persuaded with words alone. But nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the primal sudden challenge. And it seems that Orianger, too, was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Enio? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? The children are quick to take to the Eorzea ways, but I cannot claim the same flexibility. Duty calls? Well, no matter the task. I have faith you will see it through to the end. Take care, Enio. I look forward to hearing all about your adventures when you return. I tried substituting native ingredients several times, but the result was but a pale imitation of authentic Doman cuisine. Hey, Mr. Enio, what's up, Ramuh? Is it cute and fluffy like a horse bird? Mayhap one day we shall accompany you into the field. But for now, we must see to less glamorous duties. Speaking with Master Colnet has opened my eyes to a great many things. I had no idea the world outside Doma was so strange and wonderful. Worried about leaving us alone? Don't be. While the Archons are away, Hoary Boulder will keep the little ones safe. Mr. Enio, is it true you're going to go adventuring again? I'm so jealous. Welcome back, Enio. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramuh precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Orianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together. If everyone is ready, let us begin. Orianger, the floor is yours. As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the ashen clad in white, Illidibus. And welcome though his presence was, his words that they did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience. In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain. And this my belief that we have found a thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Stola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening. The disruption to the flow of aether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles. The significance of Istola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation. Before discussing new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of aether, and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffices that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life. This, as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated. Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of aether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but aether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm. And there it waited till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of aether to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body. Which brings us on to the third group, these so-called immortals. Yet they exist in a manner all their own. Quite, even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion. A soul that dissipated not upon the death of the flesh. The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin, no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim? If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there. Nay, it merely unwithereth as distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further. Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Tancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described. I was hoping people had forgotten about that. I'm sorry, my friend. For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us into an answer. The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If he could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in a like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection, therein lieth but the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodily soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion. These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together. I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved. I have the utmost faith in you, Archon. Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, our Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldesion. Their findings shall be soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer. I shall, Archon. Thank you. The Lord of Levin is returned to the Aether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramuh's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Horror, and Levin all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of man, Hydaelyn's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it innovates, the Ardun empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Now the matter of Ramuh has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Enio. It is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions, in particular, the names of all of the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogul Mog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramuh. Needless to say, there's only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for you above all others. I, too, must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Enio, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm, until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals, too, will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow. And there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace. We owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the souls of little solace, who is not of conflict. Of Alice, who strives to unearth the terrible seekers of the calamity. And then there is Sid, and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alag, that they might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Alfinaud, I take it the troubles in Ulda no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. This to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message for you from You called the refugee girl? The one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alfinaud, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Enio, you have been away from Evidence Toll for some time now, I believe. But I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town. Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozan was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him a visit? Why not oblige him with a visit? The storm has passed, and a moment's quietude is ours. Taro is using her newfound time to further her studies, and I would follow her example. If living in Eorzea has taught us anything at all, it's that such restful moments are fleeting. Dark clouds ever steer new on the horizon. With the Doman younglings dashing around hither and yon, there's hardly a moment of peace to be had. That said, traveling with Ida, it's not as if I knew much peace to begin with. After we parted in Ulda, we paid a visit to the refugees. Though a fundamental solution remains far off, I believe that at the very least, there should be no armed uprisings in the near future. I'm given to understand that you resolved the matter of Ramuh. I will ask Minfilia for a full report when next we speak. You have done well, Enio. I realize that you must be quite tired from your travails, but I would most appreciate if you could find a moment to speak to young Yozan. He's been through much in his own right, I'm sure. I told Flammy all about our adventures in Southlands, fake Thancred and all. You won't tell the real Thancred, will you? You don't know where we would be without Higiri. The girl has worked tirelessly for us ever since the day of our arrival. Do you suppose all Doman women are so diligent? Ah, Enio. Care to watch the lessons before you journey on your way? I dare say your presence would go far to inspire the younglings. Despite all the hardships they have faced, the younglings pursue their training with great zeal. We older ones would do well to follow their example. Repetition and routine begets skill. Skill begets confidence. I would do what I can to see the Domans regain their strength of will. Many of my countrymen have found work as frontier hands, helping to transport supplies and continue the expansion of Revenant's Toll. I've been tasked with keeping the equipment here in good repair. It is not particularly glamorous work, but it would help in whatever I can. 137, 138, 130... Oh, hello there. I've been charged with keeping inventory. Flaming tells me it's vitally important. Oh dear, I seem to have lost count. Never is a woman more lovely than when she's hard at work, I say. A wild rose, strong and beautiful, blooming tall in the face of the frozen winds. Are you taking a rest too? Promise me you'll play with us again soon. That game of hide and seek in Vesper Bay was the most fun I've had in before ever. If I were as big as a mountain and strong as a bear like Mr. Boulder is, maybe I would like fighting more. Yozan's always been the strongest of us, but even he's no match for Kuhara when she's mad. Look, it's Mr. Enio. He's back from his adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals, and that they are some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Mr. Enio? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder, Mr. Coltonet, did you know that Mr. Enio is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Enio. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coltonet. Though we remain largely improved in his adventures, we have taken upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. And we were just asking Mr. Enio if he could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Enio? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hoary, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am. What matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Enio? Would you consent to spar with me? For the first time we get to spar. Doesn't hurt, right? Hurrah! We are to have a tournament! Come on, everyone! We must prepare our gear for an outing! Do not try to disappoint them. Have faith, Coltonet. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Since becoming a scion, I've had much opportunity to hear news of your epic deeds. I must confess, then, that my excitement rivals that of the children's at the prospect of seeing you in action firsthand. Is sparring dangerous? I don't think I want to see anyone else being hurt. We had a master of lessons back in Doma, and the way he taught us was very different from Mr. Boulder. I'm not sure which way is better, but I think I like them both. As we left the Rising Stones, Mr. Tancred asked us where we were going. I told him we were off to watch you and Mr. Boulder fight, and he looked very surprised. Hope we haven't made him cross. Mr. Enio is here! Let the battle begin! 'Twas good of you to agree to this, Enio. I trust you're ready to begin. Oh, we haven't had this in a while. This should be interesting. Very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Ahem, Hoary. Are you certain you wish to fight him alone? That is Enio you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas his hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without Enio to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello! You haven't begun yet, have you? Ida? What? How are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there's still more to come. When I mentioned Enio's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You best claim victory, bringer of light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder! We shall soon see. On your guard! Okay, here we go. Okay. Too easy, I think. There we go. AoE time. Okay. There we go. There we go. This is pretty straightforward affair. Oh, I forgot the Iron Will again. Ugh. I think I've lost count on how many times I've forgot to turn that on. Ugh. Just when I think it'll be on, nope. Keep forgetting that. Yep, I keep forgetting that. I don't know how many times I keep forgetting that. Okay. You bested me. I yield. That was incredible! He beat them both at the same time. We knew you couldn't lose, Enio. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. Impressive as always, Enio. It's ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when first we met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Cartino. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The legatist single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people, these wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the science of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively to counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Ooh, look at that. The NPC, that character's changed position. Our domain farming methods has been adopted. Our domain farming methods have been adopted here in the frontier. It's too early yet to know if they will prove to be effective. No, this won't do at all. And then I'll have to... Oh, hello, Enio. If you don't mind, I'm terribly busy at the moment. Your bout with Hoary Boulder was more stirring than 100 lines of my most passionate poetry. Perhaps I should arrange a sparring match of my own. I wish Ida were not so eager to look to the future when you have so many problems in the here and now. I fear Ida's boundless optimism is beginning to affect my better judgment, and your tendency to triumph against the most terrible of foes is certainly not helping matters. I can't wait for Alfie to start his new company. I love making new friends. Okay. It's not enough that I'm here for my daughter. I must do a little I can to help you all succeed in your monumental tasks. This place has become as a hive, and its bees flit about in constant motion. Perhaps a soothing pot of tea will coax one or two to alight and take a moment's rest. I thought the idea foolish at first, but it seems the sparring match was well served its purpose. Why, I can hardly wait to return to my studies and seek to improve upon my technique. My people's spirits were thoroughly crushed by the loss of our homeland. But thanks to your courage and generosity, I see their inner flames once more flicker back to life. I, too, have felt my strength of will will make a gradual return. I like the way Mr. Coltonev fought. No swords or fists. I wonder, if I studied hard, would I be able to cast spells like that too? Mr. Boulder is sore and beaten, but he said he'd return straight to his training. I don't think he likes to lose. We need to decide who in our Adventurers Guild will do what. I'm fairly sure Yozan will have to be the sword fighter. He always has to be in the thick of the action. Mr. Boulder fought well, but it was no match for you, Mr. Enio. Just you wait. One day I'll be good enough to knock you from the top of your mountain. Enio, I must thank you again for agreeing to our bout. And I must thank the gods that was not a duel to the death. I will, however, cherish the lesson of each scrape and bruise as I work to better my swordplay. With the primal threats presently subdued, now is the perfect time to focus on new endeavors. Alfinaud has long been laying the groundwork for this organization of his, and he looks to you to help turn his proposal into reality. Pray lend him what aid you can. Thank you for coming, Enio. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I will first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the Seventh Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unifications draining away. Thus have been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It'll be on much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the science. It's my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, There are limitations, though, even we can achieve. With this new company under the Science Command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, it's yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members, while I'm otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. It's reassuring indeed to know that the bringer of light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Luminza. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Ah, there you are. I am ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Bluffishwin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing permissory boundaries, signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, it is of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution. Only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you're satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter, and that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Eh? Who in the bloody hells do you think you're talking to, Tralander? I'm a pirate, not some sudden knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on that dandy Cavalier Carvalen's door. A precursor to a united Eorzean Grand Company. Well, I do admire the scope of your ambition. My responsibilities here at Naldic and Vimelius keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Well, if it ain't Enio, I'd not forget a venturer brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember old Rio, don't ye? Formerly of the Company of Heroes? 3 Whistles of Bronze Lake? Aye. It ain't often I drag me arse out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare ye these days? You're looking to put together a new crew? Top tier work? Ha! Sounds like a right lark, it does. Alrighty, lad, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity? I must say, your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is a time to act, and a time to watch. And I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Mr. Alfinel's new organization? Yes, I had heard the formation of his trial company was in the offing. It is with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Luminza must needs receive my full attention. The JADE is doing a photo shoot again. It's good to see a community like this come together. I don't know what's going on off screen, but it's really nice to see these guys. Enio, your recruiting went well, I trust? I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and steady folk of Limsa Luminza. Ah, a member of the legendary Company of Heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I know enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I, too, was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seedseer proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue on to Grenada at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nufika's altar. My audience with the Elder Seedseer is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if we would once more to see to the task of recruitment here in Grenada. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Oh gods, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Eh? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscaron's. Well, of course, yes, now I remember. Well, of course you do. I was beginning to wonder if Gal had changed me more than I realized. Not that I have any particular wish to be recognized as for my shameful conduct. The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Granadia? Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy on reformed convicts? As matters stand, the Wood Whalers will have not more to do with me. This may be just the second chance I was looking for. Revenge toll, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man! Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest here your tormented back gives you up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We were just... Oh, Enio, isn't it? It has been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then. But look how far you've come. Mother Mion tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. And now, you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order? Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. My back is perfectly fine, I tell you. You'll have to tie me to my bed if you think to prevent me from... Oh, ow. Well, perhaps I will rest for just a short while. If you would have me, I would be glad to join your new company. I shall make for Revenant's Toll once I've escorted my dear friend back home. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions? I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. There's not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited. This company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. What news, Enio? For my part, the Elder Seedseer was most amenable to our requirements. A former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer? Our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest, indeed. Shall we strike into Ulda whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. Ulda, the gilded city where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest descending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting, Enio. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new-fashioned manner of propositioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, sir. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I am Orzen of the Church of Saint Anima Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. And I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on dry bones less fortunate. The most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion? Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, this new companion you seek, then. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. Aye, you'd be surprised what rumors rift down to Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours, and just how far it'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the street you say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. A company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next stall over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Wait, you're the man who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might happen if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Any road, the disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland, and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated, and vowed to make of myself a more worldly man. So here I am. A new company of champions, and you say you'll take me to all corners of the realm? That sounds exactly like the opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Amigo. I prepare myself to fight the evil I know is out there. How fared you, What hidden gems did the street of Olda offer up to your unrelenting gaze? A single Alamigan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those too who have risen to the challenge, nonetheless. And the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed, and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You are concerned by the syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all. But even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we'll earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea. Okay. Tell me, General, what do you think of Alpinaud's bold endeavor? I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well, do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Consider the many problems we face. Should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative? We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Olda is not alone in their duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the three grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army? I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously, and though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in his endeavor? I doubt the warrior of light would betray our cause. Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurls us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about tillage. I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Olden law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands. He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing. Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice! Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over. That was touching. I think we've all had moments like that. Yeah. That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of all our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Enio. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Greetings, Enio. Alpha now tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Scions shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. The tower is cooperating with Alpha now to see all that is in readiness. So I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late. I wonder if Slafborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there's aught he requires? What can I do for you, Enio? I thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm for the Scions. Ha! I barely noticed your recruits arrive. 'Twas barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. Well, I appreciate your offer of aid. There's more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent. So I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slapborn, the shipment, we couldn't... Gods, woman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over to Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many, too many. We only escaped their lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest, and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House for Temps. We collected the provisions from Cramped Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Enio, were you now on good terms with the Knights of House for Temps? I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I will also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Harshiffan will be glad of your assistance. Well, if it isn't my fine friend, EnioHabev, would you care for a plate of roast karakul? Some mulled wine? No? Ah, I see you had not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. The incident with the Neo Frontier hands? No, you did not elaborate. I've been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all, they do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Quertan soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House for Temps does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. With this new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows knowing what inclickable foes may lie in wait? Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of my own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again here long. Should you learn how to value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm heart and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you. Enio, is there aught you would ask of me? Pray, speak plainly. I am a man of action and need no honeyed words. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? But the fury. But you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess, then, it's a sad truth that the wilds we hear about have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But it's not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. There's an unsettling and not natural zeal. Mayhaps you would care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that you could aid in your task. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course. I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly Blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and several heretics were riffling to my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals. They were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me it was a miracle I survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Easy. Gah! Draw your weapon, foul. Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You're come seeking heretics? Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this arena, and yet they are gone. Vanished like icy wraiths. You glimpsed the woman atop the cliff? Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best we are to return to Whitebrim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Durlamont. Inu, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. That they should be bested so handily, I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Haurchefant of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had returned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak. Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Ice Heart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports their new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback. Enio, it's good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen waste of Quertas? How's for attempts to send us a second shipment? I must send thanks to Lord Harshaphon for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract even ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alphinow's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. While you were away in Quertas, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Totaro does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my wastepaper basket. Ah, Enio, you startled me. You were still in a hand? Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll. I haven't had the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You want to report directly back to Alphinaud if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself is an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be a wealth of plenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit, I am excited to forge my own path forwards. Ah yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. Hello there, lad. Looking for me, was ye? I suggest giving a whistle, but I am not sure as I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Oh ho! Proper uniforms and all. This didn't cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry though, I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Little amigo could learn much from Revenant's Toll, that this town can be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. EnioHabev, gods, I did not expect you meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. It's an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. I don't believe we have met. I am Ilberd, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. Uniforms are a shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond among what is, essentially, a band of strangers. This scarlet garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom, and a hardy defender of Limsa Lamenza. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm, and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh, now that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color. I thought it's best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Aha! Our new uniforms! I am reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. Yes, Enio? Ah, the Tara mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits? Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I thought of a name for the company? It is my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Enio. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement. Comrades, your presence here in this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the science of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Cardanu, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all. For the freedom of all! A rousing speech, Alphinaud. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Levilior. Please, antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land. The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes? I'm listening. So, our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly! Crow's alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray inform me for condition changes. Yes. I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact Yuana. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Vow, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness. It is true, but better than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ashians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder... Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Hydaelyn's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Why so? I pray you yet watch over us. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ascians, Orianger is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak then of more current matters. In particular, the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphenau did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt that, not that he's doing his best, I felt that a helping hand, or two, would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault, and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, but that help comes from you. Alphenau has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him, and support him in whatever manner you are able. Ugh! From invoices to petitions to... It's a war, That desk is my front line, and I fear I've been overrun. Sure, you can do that, Strider, as long as there's no spoilers. Appreciate that. Okay, let's continue. Many of my countrymen are skilled with bow or blade. I have made it my mission to rally those with such talents to the Braves' cause. I only hope we can be of some small assistance. In which event we must guide them to Little Amigo, else we condemn them to certain death. Ida, what did I just tell you? Condemn refugees to death. Wait a minute, that's not right. Dispatch the first unit to Olda. The second and fourth are to stand by for further orders. In traditional Domain cuisine, we strive for perfect balance, not only of flavor and texture, but also of nutrition. For a meal to be truly satisfying, it must nourish the body as well as delight the senses. Yes. To be foolish to sacrifice nutrition for flavor. If Higuri and our more skilled culinarians work closely together, I dare say they would create extraordinary dishes sure to satisfy Eorzean and Doman alike. A dazzling floral arrangement, each blossom a peerless beauty in her own right. Ah, the blessing and the burden of an overactive imagination. Alright. Look forward and never back. Devote yourself only to the present. That is what I've learned from the Domans. These azure uniforms are really rather striking, but I think I shall remain a scion for the nuns. These walls have become my home, and the scions my family. Besides, I'm not sure blue is really my color. The green in my cassock brings out my eyes, just as Hoary's breeches bring out the red in his. All right, sorry for the wait, Strider. There we go. So apparently these are extensions of the story, extension story to the upcoming one. 2.1, 2.2, 2.3. So I just started 2.4. Ooh. So I think was at the end of 1.5. So I made a lot of progress, Strider. It took me 6 hours just to get to this point. Every once in a while for these expansion stories, I took a break with dungeons. So just to level up a little bit. So, yeah. What is it, Enio? And do be concise. I am rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say. I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions. But I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolutions to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Enio. Yeah, I think we'll reach Heavensward, yeah. I'm basically going through this as much as I can without rushing, so yeah. Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you? Commander Leviathan bade you serve us. These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge. But we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the Grenard root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession near its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The IV must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Raubahn of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway. And if that is the case, he may well move against us. He must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you. Well, well. What brings you here, my friend? He is here at my behest. Greetings, Raubahn. It's been a while. Ilberd, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you, the honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who would have imagined, eh? Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend. Aye, we both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Ilberd and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool. Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. But being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches, and you earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat in the Syndicate. Those balls, brother. Rags to riches does not do it justice. You are a hero to the common man. Ah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm a little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Ilberd, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing. I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you are no hero, then I am no adventurer. Not in this company, anyway. I have tidings. So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Telegiadi's imaginations have shaken Ulda to our foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the monitors have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale. I look forward to it. Let us reminiscence of bygone days and drink to the future of our homeland. Blame General. You mirror the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep it up. To keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required, after all. I dare say we have Raubah's prudence to thanks for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Livelier. We are returned from Ulda, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You will recall that the fort was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. God damn it. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Garleans are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and have grave fears for our safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves for our field. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask for your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Garleans with more captives, yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilberd has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Now, Alien of the Fort lies in wait in the tangle, near the entrance to Custom Sentry. Seek her out, and she will apprise you of the situation. Hang in there, Resh. We'll free you yet. You would aid us in the rescue mission? We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now, time is against us, so allow me to brief you in the situation. The Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Resh, or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is as strong as its mithril. None of us will stand by while our comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the fort, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. About. Is that it? All right. What? Where am I? Rish! Thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now, to quit this accursed place. Resh cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Garleans will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Damage. There we go. I've waited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe, and we suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission success to Commander Livelier. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Ah, it does be well to see you thus returned. Though I doubt not your prowess, entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture. And I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert administrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Enio. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Enio, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Huertas. I have been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. We've been blessed with a rare opportunity, Enio, an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, in Camp Dragonhead. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the man behind the legend, I will not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request your permission to accompany me to Huertas. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. A meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador? By all means, I think it's a wonderful idea. We received no reports of Itheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alphenau believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Antecedent. I take it Enio has explained the situation? He has. Yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abalatia's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop, members of the original Eorzean Alliance, formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the Alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silver Tear Skies. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They've rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas, even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartinu, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the Alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Enio. Our old friend Lord Archifound is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Though I know but little of Sir Aymeric, I have faith that Alfinal's efforts are about to bear fruit. Ah, Enio, ever a welcome sight. Our hearts have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Ah, good Master Alfinaud. An honor, as always. Likewise, Lord Harshefount. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid, since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense! Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Spartans may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Aymeric arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our heart. But if you're willing to forgo such comforts, pray inform the night station outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your heart sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. We've been expecting you, sir. Pray take your ease inside, and I shall summon the others. Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity. Commander Leviathan, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights. Alfinaud Leviathan, at your service. Your reputations precede you, Sir Aymeric. I think we will find that we have much in common. Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all, does it not? It does indeed, Lord Commander. I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin? We know full well that the Guardians will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance. Once again, I must respectfully disagree. On what grounds? Despite their presence in Quertas, the exiles do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Grenadian lands, and it is the people of Grenadia whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Grenadian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it's only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea. Then surely it would be in our best interest to present a united front. Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius von Balzar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time. Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting? It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here. Pardon? It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortemps has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated. Sir Aymeric, we would be in your debt. No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our Australians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgardsmore. The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd. Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse, still wounded around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare. But we do, so you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake. Do you accept these terms? I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea. Mayhap we shall, Commander. What is the meaning of this? The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord. What? By the Fury. All our precautions were for naught. Just when we were starting to make progress. And to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Harshafount and find out what he has learned. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends. But the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. It would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. That trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Harshafount said. Lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Enio. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for... Lord Harshafount bid you speak with us? Then you must be... Beg your pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, even. Whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier to just steal it. Though a damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared. Probably with wagons of their own, hidden away off. But paid no heed to my ramblings. A symptom of proof that is not but a speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatory could tell you. Something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself. He was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as. Lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them, and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly, she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought, some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek, and then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I mean, they'd have killed me. So I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. Ah, you've returned! What news have you for us? It seems that Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alphinaud? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know his guardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh, no. It all makes sense now. Lord Harshafount, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Eyesight Hunter followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would be primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Harchefount, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alfinad. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Reverend's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss this for the world. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Enio, pray join me in Whitebrim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillamont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there, then. Good. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart? Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Drillamont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided us by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of the Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Aymeric. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration, Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be a subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Drillamont has one in mind? Yes. Yes. Excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there's aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. It seems as though we are always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the self-same result. Fortunately, we're not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Gulami? We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whitebrim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he'll have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. And upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Gianthromon in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. Best take care when traveling these roads. Wild beasts and worse are wont to lurk by the wayside. Are you looking for a warm heart, friend? White from isn't far from here. If I were you, I would... I'm sorry, have we met before? You seem familiar somehow. No? My mistake. Here we go. Hey! Hey! Where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall. Why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the... Bloody echo. Lower your voice, or they'll hear us in Whitebury front. Yes, of course. The Temple Knights are... It's Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me. We already knew about... Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels... Dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless... If you waste my time again... Is that clear? Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet, the few snatches you're able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation, and confident that they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House during their nights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If alone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Enio. The lives of our allies are at stake. Here we go. My knight sent no word of your coming, Enio. What has happened? What is that in your hand? By the Fury! Those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their monies must be recovered and... No. We have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course, it'll be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for watching tonight. Later, and have a wonderful night.